Yeah. so many picnic benches. Mm. That's the old stuff. Let's do the base twice because on one side, the other side. Just doing one right now, but we're going to try something. Yeah, we have one side I can definitely stand things on. Let's try. So we might be able to deliver the whole. It means exist. Whether the motion following cameras are legit, like the cheaper ones in the state of the art, quasi automation, especially for like in the streaming context. Yeah, I could definitely have several cameras and I have them switch scenes between those cameras depending on where I move, but it's going to get more tricky to manage. Um, maybe if you keep them off and I just and right now I'm worried about things going both left and right. It's all a disaster if they just start falling over its business. Just asking for a domino. The worst part about it is that the order is matters. Immense amounts of patience. But stacking all up. Yeah, that's what we're and some of them are rounded a little bit more on the edge than the others. No, right beside there. Second coat on the bottom, this side. Take them off and do the hole. And this would have been a lot faster since spray gun. Not terribly bad yesterday. I started what at 4. I got one coat done by 8 in the morning. I was going to repeat the whole almost o'clock in the morning. Got to that. Yes, today was the first night in a week change, which it didn't rain. If it rained, it was not very noticeable. Wasn't too worried about leaving it overnight. Yeah. Stop. Oh, 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 oh. No, getting stuck. Problem. That's not multi-dry. It's been drying overnight. And yeah, it is a little humid. Maybe that's just the beauty of latex paint. Just easy together with another piece of latex paint. Yeah, at least on the surface, it looks like it's drying really quick. If I'm thinking about sprayers, probably need something low volume, low pressure, low volume. Maybe thermite, turbine based probably better than having it container based. It's a little louder, but more supportive for longer sprays. Something is easy to clean up from paint and varnish. Question for 5 points. How do you transport? This into itself, you won't be able to stack it very well. You won't be able to stack it very well. I think there are many options to efficiently transport. Oh, I got to transport. I just need to bring a little paints and a small brush. Just do a little bit of touching. Somebody's doing demolition outside. I'm gonna take a peek. My car is parked outside. Always some kind of blood. Hey, Jen. How is it going? Well, here's the three benches. Um, I was painting yesterday, last night. I did most of the sides and whatnot. Um, and I went home at 1:30 in the morning because I came to shoot the shop early just to start painting. But a close acquaintance of mine had car trouble, so I went out tried to help them. So we took apart the car console and things. But so yeah. So yesterday was a 15-hour day. I left the house at 9 and I got home at 1:30. 16-hour day. Hey, Dutchman. So yeah, but coat one is done on all of them. I think maybe there's a couple pieces that still need one side. And I just need to do a coat two. So what I'm going to do is right now I'm just doing the top part, like that top side. And I'm hoping to put two coats on it. This way I can paint the rest of it. And when I flip it over, I will have a solid base to stand all of them. Because they can dry time supposedly is about 4 hours. So we'll see how that goes. And now I'm just putting one coat at a time, and I'm gonna worry about the rest of it later. I think these are that, and these are not painted on the other side. Oh well. Let's flip it over and let's just paint this side as we are. It's still those are the picnic benches I've been working on for the past a while at this point. Between the wood drying, all the milling and whatnot, this is the benches. There's 3 of them. I have to make 11, but this is 3. So this is me just finishing touches on these 3 because the stakeholders requested for me to deliver at least 3 this week. So I'm trying to do it tomorrow, Sunday. Picnic benches. While this is drying, I'm going to work on something. There's a couple other things I want to work on. So the plan is to set this up and then start working on another project. Maybe the chess pieces or something, or maybe I'll CNC, play on the CNC a little bit to get better. Really CNC the chess pieces templates out, so there's some options on what to do next. Or maybe it will dry so fast after I'm done, painting the beginning. By the time I get to the end, it's gonna be dry already. Who knows? Because of the weather, it's been kind of weird. Polyurethane and moist air don't mix very well, despite what anybody says. Coat 2 of these. Upside is I spent so much time making sure I cover the primer completely that I'm not terribly worried about having micro pores inside of my painted canvas. borders. I still think I should, look into a sprayer for the future. It will be faster. Setup would be more annoying. Stacking at places would be more annoying. But on the other hand, one of those spray it and forget it. Sounds exciting at this point. Finishing is definitely not my favorite part of woodworking. I can, I'm okay with sanding. Prefer chisel work and finishing that, but I can do sanding. Paint and varnish is just not my thing. I find it too unpredictable. Maybe because I don't do enough of it. Never learned it. One side painted, second coat. Well, if you put wood outside in the elements, unless you have a very specific type of wood that is very oily naturally and very rot resistant, pine is going to get chewed by the elements, even if it's treated, right? So you paint it to preserve it as much as you can. And so that's part one. Part two is to make it uniform, right? So there's some argument for it. What I don't get in that regards, I don't get making a piece of furniture or fine furniture out of a piece of hardwood and then pouring epoxy on it, just coating it completely in epoxy or polyurethane, like excessive amounts of polyurethane. I mean, I get epoxy and polyurethane has its place, and it's strong and endurance, but it gives you that very plasticky look I'm not very fond of. Like if you want something out of wood, don't put polyurethane on. But on the other hand, paint has its place. Uniformity, protection, resistance, etc., etc. Especially in pine. I mean, pine is soft wood. It's yeah, you could make nice pine things, but if you don't want to replace the benches, I mean, I would much rather make the benches out of fancy hardwood. I would much rather make fancy benches out of hardwood and finishing them with something that's a bit more see-through, but you still have to finish it, right? Very few things you can just leave it be and and not expect uh, to tarnish. I mean, some people like that gray wood look of old, weathered, you know, old and weathered. There is some charm into it, but okay. I don't like very plasticky finishes. The painting I'm okay with. Again, I still prefer it's made out of wood than plastic. So there's that. But yeah, I agree with you that a nice a nice gentle finish that adds to the wood rather than you know covering and obstructing it. I like it better. Like, I have to experiment with shellac. Yeah, I completely agree. Again, pine is because this is the mass produced, mass grown or quickly grown pine and so on and so forth. You know, sometimes you get something nice and sometimes it just doesn't look the way you would like it. So I have to experiment with shellac. That's a that's a old school finish. Well, old school. It's been used before a lot, and nowadays I don't think people very much use it. So I want to experiment with shellac for finishes. I don't know how strong it gets. So mechanically, I don't know how good it is. It definitely brings out the grain. I used to have spray on shellac, which was an abomination, I think. At least the way the old woodworkers would, looked at me when I said what I used for finish. So we'll see about. I used to use lacquer a lot, but I'm starting to think about getting away from lacquer and varnishes and getting into more wax, maybe shellac. There again, I looked up the UV one. How expensive is one of those? That would be kind of cool, especially where it advertises not a plasticky polyurethane peel. That's that's exciting. Getting something that has kind of a quasi epoxy, quasi polyurethane strength. Easy to apply, easy to finish, UV activated. Pricey, but yeah, it's on the list of things to get my hands on and see if it's any good. That'd be definitely cool to try. I guess eventually I have to go back to YouTube University and figure out what furniture makers are actually using to find somebody who spills the beans with specifics rather than general. Like, yeah, you could use lacquer, you could use varnish, spray on, not spray on, bottled, not bottled, make your own. I mean, Danish oils. is is one of those things. It's varnish, it's polyurethane, it's stain, it's oil, kind of a mixture of a bunch of things. What specifically it is, I don't know. But a lot of people will like those for finishes. It's supposed to be easy to make, easy to apply, 3 or 4 ingredients. And then tung oil and linseed oil. Never use those. So it's another thing to try. Tung oil and linseed oil have this ability to polymerize. So once you apply it, they start to react and form polymers. So it behaves like polyurethane or metallized varnish or whatnot. So it's natural. TUNG. Oil, linseed, and tung oil. The downside with those is if you have a rag that you use to swipe it on, if you leave the rag in a trash can, kind of bundled up, the polymerization is going to happen, anyways, and that will bring out a lot of heat, and that thing can catch on fire. Which is always fun. Yeah. I mean, polymerization, which is a reaction of, taking a bunch of small molecules and making a big one, has to have a negative delta G, right? Gives free energy. You need to have a negative delta G. And gives free energy has 3 components, at least at the basic level of general chemistry. It has temperature, it has entropy, it has enthalpy. So, well, temperature is, at what temperature the reaction happens. The importance of that is that some reactions just don't happen at low temperatures. So you need to add a little heat for the reaction to go. Now, some reactions prefer low temperatures, but the general rule is eventually, if you get the temperature high enough, most reactions will happen spontaneously. There's some exceptions, obviously. And so that's one aspect of the equation. Second one is enthalpy. Do you need to specifically bring energy into the equation for the reaction to happen? Right? Or is the reaction exothermic, which means it produces heat. Burning wood in oxygen is an exothermic reaction. There's some activation energy required, but once it starts going, it will keep going until you run out of fuel or something stops it. Right? And the third one is entropy, which is how chaotic and each side of the equation is. Right? More chaotic means more degrees of freedom, so more things are moving in more directions. Right? Think about it as a bunch of little kids. You put them in a small room and you tell them not to move. That thing ain't very happy. but you throw them out in 5-acre field with blueberries and, peace and quiet. So, and polymerization is taking a lot of molecules and making them into, few big molecules. Right? So polymerization definitely drops the entropy down. I think aren't as free as they used to be. So to make sure that it's spontaneous, aka you paint it on and it goes without you having to heat it up or boiling it or whatever, it needs to generate heat. It needs to generate energy. It means that generate energy means that the product is more stable and does have lower energy. It is. Think about it the way you would think about a ball falling down the steps. A ball has high energy on the 10th floor, but falls down a bunch of steps, ends up on the 3rd floor, has lower energy. Yeah, that is scary. Because that will actually explode. And it's not the sodium that is exploding. It's the hydrogen that's produced. You form sodium hydroxide and hydrogen. And hydrogen has a very, very high need to turn into water in presence of oxygen. Explosive. I mean, think Hildeberg. Boom. Now, of course, hydrogen burns in oxygen, but if you pour hydrogen and oxygen into a flame, right, it's gonna burn. But you mix hydrogen and oxygen, then you have an explosion. It burns. All of it burns at the same time. That's just. So anyways, polymerization, right? It needs to create heat. Oh, because the ball fell from the 10th story to the 3rd story, somewhere that energy had to go. In case of a ball, that's going to be used on the bounce, the stretch, the heat up of the material, right? Because as the ball bounces, the material is going to expand and construct. It's going to fall into making noise, right? That's compression waves of air. So all of this. So this energy has to go. In case of a rug soaked in bunch of monomers wanting to turn into an oligomer or a polymer, that's going to be heat. That's why things get like it. Spontaneous reactions are really cool. We really like them in chemistry. We can control them. Of course, there's sometimes a problem where you want the less likely reaction to happen, and the spontaneous reaction is just in your way. That happens a lot too. Really annoying. Trying to get one specific reaction and you find your reagents going like, oh, oxygen and water, it's gonna react different. And you're like, no! You go back and do the reaction the way I want it. The molecules usually in the round bottom class getting heated or cooled or mixed, going like, you're not my dad! And they do whatever they want. If you like that sodium reaction, there's a bunch of videos on YouTube of people throwing a whole brick of sodium into acidic lakes. The reason why it explodes is, again, it forms oxygen, forms hydrogen, which reacts with oxygen, and there's a lot of heat generated. And eventually, you get to a point where self-ignition happens. There are things that will self-ignite, which is kind of fun. Like, yeah, it really wants to burn, but as long as you don't give it a match, you don't touch it with a match, it should be fine. No, there's some things that will genuinely self-ignite, and then it becomes a problem. I worked with a couple of compounds like this. I worked with compounds that would boil and evaporate at negative 5, negative 10 degrees C, and would self-ignite at 5 degrees C. And I did that in a lab that at that time was 38, 40 degrees C. So that was kind of fun, trying to make a reaction happen, knowing very well that if I let it even close to room temperature, the whole thing is just going to go boom. And because it's a very nice, very fluorinated molecule, that was kind of like, yeah, once this explodes, I no longer going to have to worry about the glass shards in my face, or the fact that my master's degree is going to be completely kaput. I'm going to have to worry about the fact that I'm going to have to evacuate the whole building. Which, as the story goes, we actually did have to evacuate. I created a bromine fluorine vapor bomb. So after the reaction was done, trifluoroacetic acid was the compound I was or tetrafluoro. I think it was tetrafluoroacetic acid. It's a really cool compound. Very acidic, has a bunch of cool properties. But after the reaction, I was trying to evaporate some of the solvent, and we use rotary evaporators for that. And what it is, it's a machine that takes a round bottom flask that is attached to an apparatus that spins it very slowly. And the reason for it is, if you ever cooked anything with possible crystals in it, you know that if you just let it sit, eventually the bubbles become very big. So what you do is you're trying to make sure that it's small bubbles all the time. We don't want big bubbles. No offense to any big bubbles, but we don't want big bubbles. So you rotate. And the whole thing is heated or cooled by a water bath, so a bowl of water that's has a heating or cooling element into it, and the round bottom flask is and then you attach a distillation column and a little bit of a vacuum to it. The reason why we add vacuum is so you don't have to heat up things very high. It's the same principle why water boils on top of Mount Everest at lower temperature than it does at sea level. So, again, we want to boil it because we want to evaporate things, and we know that at high temperature, certain compounds, decide to check out, break down. So you want to boil off the solvent, which boils at a specific temperature, but to lower the temperature, we reduce the pressure. It works really nice. So, I was doing that very carefully. I turned my back for 30 seconds, maybe a minute, and I hear this sound of, just kind of popping sound, but not loud. It's more like a hollow, somebody just going, kind of like, okay. Probably the NVIDIA broadcaster is killing the sound because they're filtering it because they think it's a machine making it. But what? You hear this popping sound, I turn around, and my flask with my product of the reaction I spent so much time working is floating on top, of the machine, floating on top of the bowl of water, and then it dips and the water starts pouring in. Reaction happened because that reaction really didn't like having water and oxygen in it. I did it under nitrogen and argon, so in an inert atmosphere, and started bubbling. Yeah, okay. And what came out of it is a rusty brown frog that hung low on the table and just climbed out of the bath and just rolled across the table, spilling a little bit to the floor. It didn't elevate, whatever. It's a chlorine, bromine, fluorine, kind of cloud. We had to evacuate the whole wing of the building. Wait till that dissipated. Nobody wanted to get near that, because that would definitely end your career as a scientist. Not because somebody would fire you, but because you wouldn't make it to
to the safety and security committee. So that was the end of that reaction. But I got my master's based on that and a couple other reactions I did. So it wasn't. Actually, I got my master's because somebody was kind to me. No, no, it's a chemical one. That would be considered a chemical one, right? Again, not really a weapon because, you know, first of all, it's not very efficient. Second of all, it it doesn't last very long in the environment. So, it's just you work with chemicals. Eventually, you're gonna reach a point where things get a little bit more dangerous. And the reason why things were getting more dangerous, the same way why my saw here, the table saw, or the bandsaw or any of the solder saws, are a lot more dangerous than when you were a kid and somebody handed you, a rusty handsaw. Right? Saw is a saw, right? But because we need the reactions to go specifically one way, and we want to do it with a limited amount of reagents, limited amount of time, and with a high selectivity of the reaction and accuracy of the product, we use things that are a bit more potent, right? Same reason why, rockets. You could, in theory, there's reasons why it doesn't, but in theory, use charcoal grill briquettes to power a spaceship. You could, right? You have oxygen, you have carbon, right, from the briquettes. Science says burning carbon in oxygen gives you energy. Ta-da. Well, that there's limitations, right? First of all, is the limitation of fuel. The rocket needs to have fuel that is so dense in energy, aka so energetic when it gets burned, that it can account for lifting of the rocket and the payload. Plus, it needs to be so dense that on top of that, it needs to be able to lift itself, right? The fuel. Because bigger rocket means more fuel, that means heavier. And that gets very tricky. There's a very tricky equation of how much fuel can you actually. And then you have to account for the fact that, once that rocket gets high enough, there ain't exactly a lot of oxygen available, right? Oxygen is a luxury we have here, close to ground level. It's not. It's a luxury once you go high enough, and so you have to make a fuel, or account for a fuel that uh, that doesn't care about the content of oxygen outside, which means that the fuel has to contain oxygen with itself, and so on and so on. This is this kind of big conversation about how to design propellants. Ah, don't worry about it. You're doing just fine. A bioweapon is, eating pickles and sour milk together. That's a bioweapon right there. You don't believe me? You're a lucky, lucky person. Yeah, chemistry used to be a big passion of mine. This was, exciting and difficult, and I wanted to save the world, change the world. I think I made some contributions. Definitely helped with teaching. When I taught, people were excited about it. But then politics came around, and I never actually, yeah, low energy density. I wanted to make a difference and then eventually I got into politics, got around, and I have one big lack of skill, I suppose, is I'm not very good at learning things. I absorb information, yes, but I have a hard time sitting down and actually learning it the way you know some people do, where they sit down, read the book, you know, and they learn. For me, it's is if I understand it, I don't need to learn it. But if I don't understand it, I have a hard time putting it in my head, and I never learned how to learn. As the former gifted kid, right? That found a lot of subjects to be easy because I just got to rely on my ability to absorb information. I never actually learn how to sit down and learn things. Over the years, I tried, but I always struggled. Every now and then, I found professors or explanations that made sense, and then I got really good at things. But this whole idea of sit down and grind and eventually go and get it. Same with woodworking is I have a bunch of books about how to make furniture and whatnot, and what to do about things. And I look at them, but I look at them as as more of a guides rather than learning. Again, I'm kind of excited for the class about making things out of using benzo. That's going to be December 20th. Because that's going to be a test if I can actually learn and implement instructions for something I'm passionate about. Cutting boards, learn myself. I mean, I saw people make cutting boards online, but I formally never had anybody explain to me how to do it. What glue to use, what kind of cuts of wood. Every now and then I do look up, which wood is safe for food, obviously, because I would like people that get those cutting boards not to get sick, not to have allergic reaction, because that kind of defeats the purpose. Same with finishes, right? I had somebody have a allergic reaction using from this butcher block conditioner. It's supposed to have mineral oil, which is inert, and then where's the beeswax, carnauba wax, some other waxes. Where's the list of the ingredients here? I had an ingredients list for summer, right? It's somebody had an allergic reaction to it, so I sat down and I'm like, okay, that's not cool. I'm making something and they're getting hives, so I still haven't figured out if it's something in the oil, contamination inside of the oil. That person was very sensitive, so they were allergic to almost anything and everything. So there's that part of the equation, but I don't know if it was something out of the air, something out of the environment I was working on. It got me worried. So I decided that I am going to fix that problem by making my own paste wax. I cannot sell it because my insurance agent says, that's a whole different level of liability. But oh, you still can do that. Brain, as much as sometimes it slows down, right? After 25, every couple of years, you get a mandatory patch to your body, and that just screws with your brain and your body and everything in between. The brain never stops the ability to learn things. Might slow down, but never stops. I mean, they have a whole AI system based on brain organoids on chips, right? So there's a whole scary part of research where they just put bunch of brain cells on chips and make it play Doom and get better at tasks and whatnot. Because everybody is going after the computational power now, and it has its own scary problems. Because what do you do with a brain that has been nothing but trained on playing Doom? Of course, they die after I think 6 months or something. So it used to be 10 days, now it's 6 months. And there's websites where you can track their progress and the reward system for dopamine. The other thing I want to do is think about reverse zombies, super brains stuck on chips that eventually might have access to the internet, and then what? Especially if the brain AI can convince other AIs that this one is superior and you have to follow it and reproduce it and so on and so on. What do you do then? Okay, I will take a look at the moment I'm done with this batch of thing, if that's okay. Okay, I'll take a look now. Let's see. All right. I sent you something back. I think it's relevant. Maybe not as relevant. Oh, what else? What else is there to say, right? By the way, if you prefer to cringe, I have comments and answers to that too. So just let me know. Cringe I can cause easy. Laughing is a little harder. I get lucky sometimes. If you want to cringe, I got you covered too. What they say, embarrassment is free and easy to get. Yeah, I could, for example, say in in public stream that saying relevant and then sending me nudes is awkward, and then just leave it at that and move on. Yeah, welcome. You tell me you're laughing because of that. You're weird. We should be friends. Well, that's the embarrassing part. Okay. Next. Right. Top surface has two coats on it. Now we have to wait for it to be really, really dry so we can flip it over and do the other five sides. Uh, so overpainting. transporting this is going to be fun. I don't know where I'm going to put this.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. 28 of the big ones and the second one goes.
I'm going to go wash the brush. Might be on something for that.
Wash the brush and then while we wait for this, I'm gonna do something else.
Maybe turn something or something.
Maybe I don't like painting because I don't like the cleaning up paint everywhere. Sticky, staining. I'm almost done here. Show my pretty face again. When the better it is now, the less problems I will have to deal with later.
worth.
Spending a little time making sure it's somewhat tolerable. Oh, we're gonna get it nice.
And now we watch paint dry. It's a decent color.
It's the client's pick. I gave them a bouquet. I was like, hey, pick a color. It's a color.
Already feeling dry-ish, at least to a touch. So that's amazing. It's not dry. The fan probably helped because there's a fan blowing over this. The t-shirt's 2 layers as well, so we need to go on a little bit more on this. And then what? I mean, just dry, but if I put my hand on it, it starts to stick. Let me do something with how much milk. About 3 hours. So let's go. Yeah. Yeah, separate room. Separate room with a bunch of
Painting tables.
really different. It is a workout.
I think I'm gonna have a second coffee after the yes. The time has come. But he wants anything from me.
Coffee. Coffee. Do I have? Oh no, no, not coffee. We're gonna be healthy. We're gonna get a healthy snack. I mean, coffee is healthy. Coffee is life. Coffee is the ambrosia of the gods. Just realized I have grapes in the fridge. I'm gonna take a quick second lunch break and have grapes and water. If that doesn't hit the spot, then we definitely need coffee. But this way you can be healthy. Well, the downside of white is white shows you all the imperfections. That's a big problem about white that I found. All the unevenness shows up, all the extra cuts and scars and whatnot, knots. Because would be a good thing. I find it usually problematic because wood is imperfect, especially big box store bought lumber, construction lumber. It doesn't have the right to be perfect. It's mass produced. It's stone. Yeah, you could make it perfect, but for that you would need to dry it excessively, not 2 weeks, but months at a time. You need to join it. You need to plane it. In controlled conditions. Find something that doesn't have the core in it, right? And then then you can do whatever. You're buying 100 pieces. I went through 250, 300 pieces before I picked that 100. I went through two full pallets of wood trying to pick out 100 from it and pick the best I could in the circumstances. And it's far from perfect. That's the twist. I try my best to make sure it's even and flat. And I think I got most of it just about right. It looks like most of the planks are about the same thickness and about the same height. And there's only so much I can do before it just becomes inefficient. Yeah, that's my feeling. Uh, as a craftsman, you don't have a portfolio; you have the last job. the last job dictates how good you are. So if I keep on making, cutting corners and making things out of pine and plywood, I'm gonna be the guy that makes things out of pine and plywood. I just don't have enough of a margin of error to to request jobs that are fancy. They have the reputation yet. So, I mean, today is 300th day of me being in this shop, especially in business. So I haven't been even in business for a year. So that's where we are. But I think we did okay. I could try to design rounder corners. I could have tried to do a couple other fancier things, but I don't think it's worth the money and my time. I mean, maybe I should do it. But, one thing that worries me is the transportation because it's going to get stuck together. Hang on, this is nice. Sitting down, having grapes, having the fan blow air into my face. It's nice. I could get used to it. The way I see it, if I want to repaint all 5 sides on all the pieces, right, put a second coat on. Last night I started at 4 and I finished at 1 o'clock in the morning. So I want to do it with this, maybe the similar amount of time. The downside is back then I had all the things on the side. I just bring them in as I did them. So I had a table to work on. I don't have a table to work on. Yeah, I could paint on this, I suppose. Take one paint and put it back. In all fairness, I should probably change the plastic too. against their strongholds, remove the friction, and just so the freshly painted boards don't stick to old paint with the paint. Well, the mic is picking up when you show it. Hey, do the painting today so it can dry overnight so I can deliver. Tomorrow morning and then deliver it. Yeah, it's just patience. Yeah, patience. I think we should just leave it for the prescribed 4 hours. Then I'll paint it tomorrow and deliver it on Monday. Right. Let's take a picture, send it to the stakeholders, tell them that this is it. No malice, no nothing. Just Hey, welcome back. I'm just writing a message to the stakeholders. I'm going to go with I was hoping to have good news earlier this week, but due to intermittent rains, I wasn't able to start painting up the benches until Thursday. This particular primer paint are sensitive to air moisture. Yeah. Primer says not to paint if you're expecting rain 3 to 4 hours. And it was raining in the mornings and the afternoons, so it's close. Currently, first coat of paint is drying. First coat of primer was applied Thursday. Weather forecast for tomorrow looks promising. It says very low chance of rain, so I'm hoping. It's actually not a low chance of rain. It says it's going to rain on 20% of the area surveyed, right? So the probability low. I should be able to paint second coat and have the three benches. Second coat, paint the second coat, Sunday, and the three benches. The three benches delivered on Monday. I sent a picture of the benches. That's the best I can do. Yeah, well, even if I am, and it's going to be just a morning thing. You know, At least I'll be able to move it around and whatnot. The worst part about it is that with polyurethanes, in my experience, if it's wet outside, polyurethane just doesn't dry. It doesn't dry. It keeps on getting sticky, and if you try to force it or speed it up or something, it becomes gummy. And gummy in the only way oil paints can get. And then once it gets gummy, you have to tear it completely off. There's no way you can, fix either small imperfections. All those patience to get it right, or I'm screwed. Hey, the patience part. This one now. Nope. We definitely don't want gummy. But yesterday I made a little spigot for my pen, so I don't have to open the paint. I just unplug this for the paint out. So paint is good. It's 5 p.m. I should get something done for 3 hours, or maybe 2.5 hours of work time to do so. It'd be good to be productive. First west my face. Oh, by the way, did I ever tell you what I'm going to do about the bishops for your chess set? So, you know that most of the bishops have that little slant, kind of like cut into their face. I'm going to use the king for this example, right? They have this little angled cut into the face, right? And I figured because the shapes you picked are kind of a skinny, elongated thing, putting a slant into it just wouldn't look good. So I'm thinking, instead of just putting a cut in, I could put a cut and then fill it in with a different color wood. So you still have the shape, you just have an insert inside of the face, right? So you have the bishop, but you have this kind of insert. I don't know what color I would do it. Maybe I will put the black one in the white pieces in the black one, or maybe I will use a different color wood. But I just kind of, and this way you still have the form, you just have this little accent. I was thinking about doing the same thing for the queen and the king, but I'm not sure what I would add and where to make it, to make that accent without having to, cut and then glue a bunch of pieces together, because that's a whole different ball game. I could always put a little nubby on top in the king and the queen's, head or something, same color as the bishops or something. But the bishop's definitely the slant thing. Cut in, slide a piece of wood in, glue that in, and then send it back smooth and flat. I thought it was cool. Okay, so while we are waiting for this to dry, let's see, where do I have my notes on the chess? Oh, okay, found them. And then we're gonna check if the dust collection is empty. I know you guys can't see, but I'm just here making sure I have some of the things ready. Check the dust collection. So I start turning the lathe. Dust collections was sad panda mom. Okay, it's full. So that's that. Why am I doing all this physical work? I don't want to be here. Anything else? This is all okay. Don't get stuck together, don't get stuck. Let's roll out on the for trash. Be empty. Hey, I'm gonna roll out the trash. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave the headphones.
Ah, and then shoot headphones. And then, oh yeah, then we were going to make the templates. Headphones switch. Okay, all right, let's fix that. Um,
the other ones. Templates, which make them out of plywood. This body that we're using for anything else. This piece now. And a piece of plywood here somewhere that was somewhere between head and not usable. Oh, perfect. Adhesive. Paper floating. Oh, I think it's stuck already. On. Look. Right. Up. Finally, big boy. The middle. I just have them for now. I have all the pieces tacked on onto the board. Now I'm going to divide them in half, and this way I will have a feel for how much I have to turn it. Now we have them divided. And make modifications for the size of the bases in these pieces that I got here. And off. I think they could be. Now, according to this, the height is right. No, it's supposed to be 3 inches. Okay, and bishop's supposed to be 3/8. It's a lot higher. Knight's supposed to be 2. There. The rook's supposed to be 2.5 inches tall. And the pawns can be. Okay. Okay, this looks a lot more reasonable.
And the reason why I'm trying to build a side profile out of wood is because when you're turning a lot of things, the last thing you want to do is sit there and count little notches to get the proportions right. What you want to do is have somewhat of a template without actually making the first piece. What I'm doing right now is preparing a template where I even turn my first piece, so the proportions are right, because the picture I have is off, partially because the king has a smaller base and that won't fit in the chessboard we want, but partly because all the other pieces are off to support me. So we're gonna have to get them a little higher. So ace is as big as we want it to be. So we don't paint. Right, king's base is supposed to be an inch and a half. Half of the base is 3/4. King's base is low. Bishop's base is 1 1/3.
Yes. This looks good. One. Oh. No, no, your measurements were great. Because the uh, biggest deal is the proportion, right? The size of the king to the size of the base, right? The diameter of the base versus uh, the height, and you can look at it in millimeters, 95 millimeters tall, 39 millimeters base, or you can look at it in inches, and it's 3.3 and 3/4 of an inch tall and about an inch and a half, 8.6 base, and that's the 41% difference, right? The only one that kind of disobeys that is the rook. Right, the rook is a much more massive base, right? And then I just have to go through with the pictures and be like, okay, now that I have adjusted the proportions, like how is it going to change the shape? So that's the thing. It's very redundant, kind of back and forth, trying to make sure that I uh, I don't miss the proportions, because then I misrepresent the shape that you want. The metric is better. So most of the calculations I'm doing is just looking at proportions. Yeah, there's some measurements I have that I figured out that would look nice on the board. And then we won't know till I get there, um, but I want to make sure that when I'm done with the figure, you're getting um, as close to what you would be expecting based on the pictures you sent. And I prefer to overdo it on the planning stage versus having it on the live and be like, that doesn't. I would. It was maybe if I should, whatever. But I know I had some learning to do last time I made a chess set like this. This time around, I try to be a bit more prepared for it. You said you want a little variation on the base, so that's another one of those. Where are we going to get the variation? I mean, I do like the chunky base. I think that actually might not be such a bad thing. I mean, there could be space for make a little bit of variation there. I think it would make it a lot nicer. Same with the crown. I think there's some space there to do some mild improvements. Yeah, agreed. But I'm thinking maybe there's a way I can make the queen pop a little bit. I think that, I mean, in Polish, you can use the queen as a term for this, but the other word that is used for the queen piece is called hetman, which used to be uh, like a general colonel kind of thing. It was a high ranking position, military position, right? So bishops used to be called messengers. It's that was that. I'm wondering if there's a way I can make that figure a little bit more spiffy. Maybe put a little knob at the top of the crown or something. You know, just something to make it look like a not like a big pawn. Because right now it looks like a oversized size of the pawn. And again, that would make sense because most of the time you turn the the pawns into the queens. But I mean, I like the sleek kind of flow down. Now, yeah, the question is there something I can do to it that makes it, a little bit more, makes a statement? So the queens for the other set I made had had a very, very, very aggressive crown, like lots of hand carved spikes. But they were also, bigger figurines. These feel a lot more slick, so the amount of space, I have for adjustments is a little limited. I still think there's potential there. Again, I think I like the chunky base. The chunky base is nice. Mm. There might be a little bit of curves to add to it, but I like the chunky base. There's some sleekness to it, which I can appreciate. So the most annoying part is going to be the making the pawns. 16 of them. All exactly. Hey, darkness. Yeah, I'm trying to, put the touches, the finishing touches on the chess set, just so I know what I'm going to be carving. Since we are waiting for the paint to dry, and me and Jen got bored watching paint dry. That's an idea. Okay, now I have an idea for a good modification. Yay. This is paint. This is polyurethane based exterior paint. So there was a coat of primer, and then this is the first layer of paint. And it feels dry to touch. Just if you keep your hand pressed against it for a second, it still picks up. So I'm going to leave it overnight to dry. Right now is the chest thing. I'm trying to make sure that I do its justice. Dan says to be creative. On the other hand, she did send me a very specific file, so it's one of those. Yeah, I'm feeling the creative. Ah. Okay, so here's the here's the couple modifications that I'm planning on doing. Work in progress, so I apologize, and not all the proportions are just right, and all the things that's supposed to be horizontal are horizontal, but okay. So one thing is I'm going to change the color, right? In your picture, it's just a extra ring, and what I'm thinking about doing is I'm thinking about adding a slope, then the color, then a back slope, and then the rest of of, of the figure, right? So you have one breakpoint, two breakpoints, three breakpoints, four breakpoints for the color. It adds flavor, right? So the color is not going to be a lot thicker, but there's going to be a little bit more texture to it. And again, because it's not very big, it's just going to be it's mostly going to look like a couple scars on the wood. So that's one. Second one is ooh. That's a. Second one is the base. The base is right now it's down a little notch and a bubbly bottom. And I figured it will be make it a lot more interesting if the base head you fall down, then you have a drop off. And I mean right angle kind of drop off. Then you have a pinch, right? Sharp pinch. And then you have a bubbly rounded on top and rounded a little bit on the bottom base, right? So you have the figure, sharp corner, and I mean 90-degree sharp corner. It's not going to be very big, but it's good. Then a jagged edge. This probably is going to end up getting rounded because of sandpaper, so this is going to probably end up being rounded. Another notch, and then the bubbly base, rounded on top, rounded on the bottom. The top is going to be a lot more rounded than the bottom. The bottom is just to take the very corner off. It's probably going to just get sandpapered in, but this. And this will provide, another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements to it. So that rather than, a little notch and a bubbly bottom, is just going to do this. So that's what I'm thinking for the bottom. Next modification. The bishops, as I told you, I'm thinking about putting a slanted piece of wood in there. So I'm just going to cut it in and make a little notch and put an element in there. Next one is the queen. I'm thinking about either putting a notch right here, right above. So the top, if this is the top of this, there's going to be a slight scar, rounded scar around here, which will make the top seem a little bit more like a crown. Either that, or if I'm feeling really fancy, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to, if this is the top, this is the top of the queen, right? Rounded up. What I'm going to do, this is the top right now, I'm going to notch it down and then up. There's going to be a notch running on both sides like this, right? Which will make the top feel like a tiara with indentation in the middle, which from the outside is going to look about this, because you're still going to get this high edge. Just if you're looking at it from the top, there's going to be a slight rim in, like a little bowl. And again, with a element on top, and I might put something there. That's going to get a little trickier because centering, blah blah blah. But this is it. So that's that. For the king, I don't want to do it, but I feel like having this very top being all round. Yeah. So I might flatten the top using sandpaper or Dremel and make it kind of a multifaceted gem, like five faces, three faces, something, just to give it a little sharper edges. It's going to be the same shape from the side, but if you're looking at it from a different angle, there's going to be something else, a little different. The horse, it's going to, it's going to be hand carved, so I'm going to try to keep it as much. I'm thinking about adding a divisibility here, so you not only get the regular chest, but you get a secondary kind of a characteristic of a, call it, shoulder blade in there. So you have this, and then again, the horse is going to end right here, and then the rest of it is going to look like all the other pieces, which is this setup. Rook, I'm making the rook a little larger because by my calculations, rather than being this tall, it's supposed to be this tall. Like all the pieces are a little taller, but the rook is gaining a lot of height. And rather than making this element round, I'm planning on making it as square as I can. So the top of the rook, like this section of the rook, is going to be all square. And again, the rook here is a little smoother, but I'm thinking sharp corner here, sharp corner here, sharp corner here, all this, and then the rest of it the same. That's one. And then on the very top, I don't plan on putting vertical notches. I'm thinking about just giving it a little wavy look around. Why? Well, because I want a very different texture of all these three pieces. If you're picking them up, you should know what you're picking up, right? For me, that's a big thing. Textile. Let me know if you disagree. I can just keep it flat, or I can, And again, I'm thinking about putting a little bow on the inside of the rook, just so just so it feels like a rook. But, and then for the pawn looked too much like a queen, so I'm thinking about rounding the top a little bit more. Again, the rest of it is going to be the same. It's just rather than being, right now the pawn has a top that looks like this, right? It's not very visible. Okay. Right now it looks something like this. And what I'm thinking about doing is doing this, just so it doesn't look like the queen, right? So the top is just going to be a lot more round. So the high figures have a flat top, right, including the rook, right? 9 points, 5 points. So these are going to be flat. The 3-pointers will have the very sharp top, and the pawn being only 1 point will have it a bit more round. That's initially the idea. So that's the idea for now. And then I'm gonna change the proportions of the bases a little bit. The king and the queen base are going to differentiate. I want the king to be a tiny smidget bigger than the queens. Again, we're talking according to my notes. The king and the queen are 1.5 inches or thereabout, based on what you gave me. But I like the king to be like about 39 millimeters, the queen to be about 37.7, 38 millimeters. So there's a little bit of a difference. So if you stack them back to back, the king is a little bit bigger. Same with this, the proportion of the king is about the height proportion. The queen is going to be a little taller. So that's that. The bishop is gaining a little bit, the horse is going to get a little bit, the rook is getting a lot, and the pawn is getting a little bit. With the pawn, I want the pawn at about 30 millimeters, 2.25. The rook is just going to be short of 2.5, so 36. The horse is going to be about 34. The bishop, the bishop The bishop is what? Oh no, sorry. The rook is about 35. The knight is about 34, and the bishop is about 36 base-wise. So the bishop is going to go up a little bit. Yeah. But mostly the pawn is going to grow and the rook is going to grow. Again, the rook should be just shy of what the horse is, but should be a lot more massive as a feature. Weight-wise, should be heavier than the bishop. We will see how it goes. I'm not planning on overweighing them, but if after I make them they tip, then I'm going to start weighing them, and I'm just going to put stainless steel nuts and bolts in them and seal them with glue and whatnot. So there's some heft to it. But yeah, the biggest modification is the color. I need the color to have a little bit more, because the picture right now you send me is just of a single kind of rim, and I think adding a little bit of a slanted feel to it might provide, kind of a more adventurous feel to it. And then now, if you don't like the big bulky base, because that's not everybody's cup of tea, and it feels like a lot of I feel like this is a lot of real estate. Right? All of them have this very bulky base. What we can do is we can take the base, make it a little bit more concave. So rather than having it all out, have it a little bit more concaved. So it kind of does this rapid thing, not very much, right? And then put a notch here and a notch here. So what it will look is you have the base one step off, so it looks like the figure standing on the base. The base is independent of this, which has a little ledge, the main loop going around it. Then you have this slant of down, down, and then you have a notch here, down, notch here, and then bottom. And this will create a kind of two lines running through the base. Right? And that will get you same bulk, about the same volume, about the same weight, but it will break the monotony of this kind of bottle cup kind of base. So there is this idea of just putting two of those running across. Again, those aren't very deep, those aren't very major, they're just a little bit. So when you're looking at a piece like the king, according to my sketches, the base is going to be about E thick, right? So I'm going to put a notch here, then it's going to be the spike, then this. We're going to even it out and then put one notch here and one notch here, just around. And that's going, there's going to be a notch right here, and then so there's the two lines. Actually, I'm going to toss this on the lathe, and I will just notch it, and this way I can show you what I mean. This way you can make an informed decision. And you just brains quick enough. Change. change the installation, and then I have to figure out a good mounting system, but that's a me problem. Lock, lock. Yeah, I know. You guys like when I give you first person view of the turning, but this is a kind of a quick last minute adjustment, so bear with me. Once Jen figures out what she wants, we can start making it. There was also the idea of adding the color at a slight angle, but I think that's a flavor thing. So, right, the versus the rounded color versus this has the slanted color. That's a choice, right? This one's slightly rounded, flat on the bottom, rounded on the top, and I was thinking about putting just a horizontal, like a little angled here, so that it's not at 90 degrees. Then that's the bottom, right? That's the step off. I kind of like this idea of a step off from the base. This is not necessary, this top notch thing, and then two very small notches at the very bottom, right? And that's going to be the base. Yeah, rounded here, and so that will be like this. I think a notch here, this 90-degree notch right here, is a worthwhile addition, because it separates the figure from this, giving it the sleekness. I don't like the way this ledge looks like. It's a little bit too pointy. It's too pointy up. So this is going to have to get reduced some way, or just left out. Maybe I'll just remove it and then follow the curve of it. But I think these two on the bottom might not be something to consider. And then there will be felt underneath. So if you're looking at, what do you think? Yeah, that is bad. Right. It came out to all not what I was thinking about. So I'm thinking after the ledge, I'm just gonna round it down to follow the rest of it. So this curve right here is going to be starting right at the base of this. There's going to be ledge and then rounded down, because this feels very awkward. It's awkward to hold. Like if you grab it by the base, it bites into you. So I agree. This thing is just off. I like the squareness, but because like if you're looking at it this way, it breaks the light aspect, so it gives you another kind of break from the smoothness. But if we skip the ledge, it means actually toss it on the lathe and remove the ledge and see how it goes. What do you mean narrow? Narrow this way, like the height, or narrow this way? Because they actually don't remove, like it's all, they're not deep enough to affect the deep depth in, right? They are shortening this, but this base is going to be a lot bigger according to my sketches, right? If we take a peek, right? Let's see if I can align it, right? This notch is supposed to be where my finger starts, right? So this notch should be on the height of my finger. So this whole thing should be bulked out. Again, if you take a peek, right, you can see light through it. It just, there is no slant to it. There's just a little groove. This has to be gone. Like this is that's going to be gone. We grab a piece of pine and see if I can reproduce this slightly better. You're welcome. I'm just going to turn the whole thing. Yeah, that let me see if I can produce it the way I'm envisioning, so we are on the same page. And again, this is right now, it's planning. Once I put it on the lathe, as much as I can do the same thing most of the time very pretty, it's not always the case. Sometimes things are too complicated, and a single move of my hand creates a situation where I have to go back and then change all the figures again, because I cannot repeat it consistently. So you see, let me just crack this open so I have a smaller piece to work with. About there. Let's see if I can take the king with me. Let me turn this into a blank. Let's see if we can come up with how I how I'm envisioning this thing to look like. And let's call it about there. Quick question. I know the answer to it, but I'm gonna ask anyways. Do you guys want to see what I'm doing, or are you okay being in the dark with my commentary? Okay, darkness. Thank you. Goggles. Nobody's saying anything. Pop it up. So I'm gonna move the camera when I start turning the things. I'm halfway through making this, so let me finish this. It will be quicker, and then we'll take it from there. Right. So I made a little round dowel, and I'm gonna mark it up according to the sketch. I don't know if I got all the proportions right, but I was thinking, yeah, about there. Okay. I was thinking, you there? Okay. Ready? A little thinner. Okay. So the top should be a little thinner. Like this should be a bit more aggressive, but I didn't want to cut it since it's softwood and I don't want to explode it. But this is what I think. I was thinking that's the step right here, right? Maybe a little bit more aggressive because this is going to be a bit more inward. So this is going to be a bit more. Let's grab a marker so I can actually demonstrate what I'm talking about. So if we're looking at this, right? This is going to be a little bit more like this, right? It's good. The angle is good. That's the step, right? That's the notch. That's the round barrel, and that's the two bases, right? By comparison to what we had before, right? The base is going to be bigger. Again, this is going to be a lot more like this, thinner. I'm expecting it to look a bit more like this. That's the step. That's the step. Then there's the barrel, and then the two things underneath. Now we can remove this completely and just, go straight to the barrel. And again, the step here looks a lot better, right? Because it's all. This is a little thick. Same with these. This is going to be closer together. They're going to be more like this because this is softwood, so I have to space them out more. Otherwise, they're going to start they start chipping in and breaking out. So, but that's the general idea. Okay, so that's one thing. The other thing is what I can do is I can remove this top ring for anything but the king and the queen, right? Or remove one of these at the bottom. I don't know if you want this, if you want all of the things to have the same shape, because for example, for pawns, I can remove both of them and the pawns won't have anything, or they will have just one, right? No top and just one on the bottom. And then the king and the queen have all three, and then all the other figures have, two on the bottom and no this or something. There's some options like this. Yeah. Again, this one looks really weird because, I made this really aggressive, trying to, show the curvature. So, this is a lot more peaceful. Similar angle, but just because you have the size of this, and I shortened this out. But again, I'm aiming for a step that looks more like this than like this. And then the two ridges on the bottom. Just again, if you look carefully, you can actually see the light in between them. But this is about the extent. Notch there, so there's some shadow. One ridge from the bottom, on the bottom, no problem. Right, so rather having two valleys, I will just put one. So again, the point being is right this. And then again, for the top, I'm thinking either we can do this way, where this is slanted, or I can try to make it round. The problem with roundness is consistency, right? So same with this. And then on the top, there will be a little just a little leadway up, so it won't be down across. It'll be down, and there'll be a little thing here, a little washer on top and on the bottom of this. Right now, this is just straight up. If you want straight up, I'm happy to do straight up. I'm thinking to put a little ridge, not unlike this one between these two. Again, we're talking very small kind of breaking the square. I can leave the square. Same with this. I can have this slanted, or I can have it rounded. Or like we can skip the ridges and just make this at a slight angle, this perpendicular, this at a slight angle. There's some options here that are kind of artistic. Okay. So you're making the colors slanted. I can definitely do that. So I'll make the colors slightly slanted. And then this top and bottom perpendicular, or this one at a slight angle, because this is right now at this much of an angle. Right. This is right. The top is at about this angle, where this is perpendicular. I'm thinking horizontal, and then put a little bead right here. Right here, run a little bead, just kind of round it, just so we don't have 90 degrees. But maybe leave the 90 degrees here and just put the bead on the bottom. Okay, so you like the angle. So I'll put there a slight angle here, so we skip the bead altogether, and we don't have to put a bead on top because we don't have a 90 degrees look. And then on the bottom, we're keeping it right the bottom of this. We're keeping it 90, or we putting something right here, a little something in the corner. We're just leaving the corner as sharp as it is. I mean, I can also put a groove right underneath it. One of those, little grooves underneath it. Or we're just leaving it flat. It won't be like you won't be grabbing it, right? You're grabbing it, right? It's going to be going right in that empty space right here where you see the light coming through. So you won't be able to grab it per se. Just got a visual. Are we doing something, or are we just leaving it straight up? So they're going to be something happening on top, straight line, slight angle, to break up the visuals. Cut, straight line, and then another one of those chop. Good as it is. Okay. So we're doing flat bottom. So that's the profile, right? Slight angle, square across, horizontal across, and then the rest of it. And then what did we decide on the bottom? We decided to do and then for the bottom, follow the curve, step, a mild bead similar to what we have here. So a mild bead around here, and then barrel with two notches here, and then the base flat with a square angle here. Right, so you get this. Cool. Bishop okay with a cut. Queen okay with possible slight indentation in the middle. So if you're looking at it from the top, you're gonna get the outside rim and kind of cross section wise, you're gonna get that, right? This kind of low wave in the middle, right? So from the top is going to be this. And again, this is going to be the top of the. Now I don't know if I can put a bead in there. I'm not making promises, but do this kind of indentation on top. Right? And then for the rook, I'm thinking the rook is right, this kind of big thing. And I'm thinking about putting a groove that is slightly bigger and slightly more square than the queens, and then doing a wavy kind of finish, for the actual top, right? So this is going to be, if you're looking at a cross, there's going to be groove, and then a very light kind of wavy pattern on top. Again, I don't know if I can do it the way I think of it, but just give it a little wave with this indentation. You okay for that for the rook? Okay. Then the pawn, slightly rounder head. Okay with slightly rounder head? Again, the heads are going to be different. I know for a fact that I cannot make 16 things that are exactly the same. So they're going to be close, but slightly more round head and only one groove on the bottom. Yes, one groove on the bottom versus two. Where there are two, this is going to have one and slightly more round head. The rook is covered. For rook, I'm thinking about squaring this off. Like all this is going to be a lot more square for the rook. So far, no objections. I mean, you still can get the wavy pattern here, same base, but just this little section is going to be a lot more. Again, I won't be able to get it completely square because completely square things tend to break and get used. So this is going to still have rounded, but it's going to be a lot more like this than like that. Rounded edges, but a lot more horizontal. Good. And again, and then the horse, I have to hand carve it, so that's the base is going to be the same. Again, the base is going to go up to here, and then there's going to be a clear disconnect between that and the horse. It will look like somebody sat a horse costume or a horse head on top of a pawn kind of thing, right? So there's the base is looking the same way as everything else, and then there's going to be a clear line between that and the horse. I might put a bead in here and then carve the horse, because I will have to turn this and then carve the rest of it by hand. And that's just a whole different conversation. And then for the bishop, I'll put the slant in, and I'll make sure that this is skinny and kind of flowy, and I have to find a good proportion for how high this is going to be. It needs to be slightly higher than the rooks, but not too high. So that's it. And then the queen and the king. And then we'll see about the king. I'm thinking about putting slightly sharper edges on top, but uh, same with this. The king's helmet is going to be at a slight angle, right? It's not going to be flat, so it's going to be slight angle straight and then straight down. Rather than having a curve, I'm thinking about putting it completely straight across. So the king's crown, right, is going to be all sharp angles here. And then, obviously the same thing as everything else, and then the same bottom. And then this corner, I will try to keep these corners sharp. We'll see. Again, very sharp wooden corners tend to break and to get dented very easily. So sanding them down to have slight curvature here gives longevity to the material. I mean, I can get it straight, but unless we put epoxy on it or super glue, it's going to be an issue. And then again, I'm thinking about doing something to the crown rather than making it round, making it a little bit more squarish. So the queen is all nice and curves except the color. The king will have a little bit more squarish. The bishop is all nice and flowy. The knight, we'll see about that. The rook is squarish and the pawn is very round. That's the general idea. I might put some extension here to get the horse slightly bigger, but that's the basic idea. Good. And then felt on the bottom. Green is okay. I might have purple felt somewhere, but green okay for felt, right? Or we want something else? And then I will finish this with oil, and I'll try to burn the oil into the figure, so make the walnut really dark. So the board is going to have a lighter walnut and a lighter maple. If I keep on infusing it with oil and beeswax and whatnot, eventually I'm going to start getting the wood to be cooked for all sake and purposes, and that will cause the walnut to become really dark, not ebonized, so it won't be black, but it will be really dark. Still can see the grain and still get the feel for it, but it's going to be really dark. And then the maple is going to become a lot more meaty. It's not going to be as white. It's going to be has a little bit more like manila color. So again, I'm thinking finishing the pieces with oil and wax, since they're going to be handled a lot. Assuming you have clean hands, it's easier to maintain versus if you have lacquer, something get chipped, something get cracked, you ding it. Lacquer is still fixable because lacquer is self-dissolving, so you can spray it with lacquer or not, but in pieces, whatever. Where wax and oil is just kind of, you put it, I'm going to sand it smooth to about 400 grit, so there's going to be super smooth to begin with, oil, wax, or whatever. And then the board, I am thinking about finishing it with something stronger. Lacquer is one of the options, some other varnish. Mostly because you want, the kind of a sheen to it. If you put wax on it, then the felt is going to absorb it. You glues might, the felt and the glue might not work together well. So that's the idea. And then if I have time to do it, I will try to come up with a box or two. But it's all kind of wishy-washy at this point. Oh, this thickness of the color is about right? By proportion to the height. The king's height, right, from underneath the saucer to the bottom of it is about the right height of a king. It's about 3.5 inches or 3.75, right? 3.75. But that thickness of the collar is about right. Yes. Okay. Oh, no. It was dry. Just worried that if I start flipping it over, then get stuck. Okay. The nights are going to take me a day and a half to do. It's going to be fun. Haven't carved nights in a while. I like the base. I like the base we came up with. But if or when you get this set, you actually designed it. So it's no longer a Pinterest set. It's a Gen design set. Oh yeah, it's this. I think that's super awesome. Because it's a lot of time people like you look at things and be like, oh, you made it, you designed it. No, no, no. It's all your idea. Just here to help. No, 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 no. I'm just the spare pair of hands that has the machine to do it. What I'm 650. Uh okay, it was a long day. Maybe I should just go home and then start tomorrow morning. I'm tempted to try to focus off. Burning the pieces, that's gonna be fun. Well, first step we have to do is I'm gonna have to size down all the blocks to actually make them round, so I can start marking their heights and whatnot. First step is to actually just turn the pieces to make a base that I can grip and make them round. That's the first step. No, I can write. Right, I'm gonna go use the restroom, and then I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I have to go to a different floor of this building, and then after we come back, maybe we turn a couple pieces just to size them down and see how maple and walnut behaves, because it's been a while since I turned those two materials. Yeah, I'll remove the camera so you guys get to see it. But yeah, I'm gonna use the restroom first because that needs to happen because this is way too exciting stuff. Yes. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Hey guys. All right, so what were we going to do? We were going to turn the bases for the chess pieces. So I need to move you. See how much cable strength you have. Uh, I know. It's uncomfortable being upside down, but that looks about right. Yeah. I'm gonna lower the volume in my ears. It's a lot more loud. It's a lot louder for me. So I need to hear the wood stream. Right. This I'm gonna need the headphones because we are about to put in the dust collection on, and then I need what? Instead of copy, one of those. My drawings, my mock-ups, pencil. So cutlery. These I can put away for now. And the pencil, the two mock-ups here. Here is out all my sketches, designs. Where am I finding numbers for sizes? So, right. Oh, the numbers. So I have that. That equals that. Let's hide that so it doesn't collect dust. All right, so this is closed, this is closed. We're closing the router, we're opening this. All right, let's get the dust collection going. I might not be taking shot as much, so I'll try to give you guys as good of a look as I can. And I wrote no night conditions for figures of first. Most of the things are going to be changed. What I did is I closed the pipe like the shooting.
And we will use this for the we will use this chart for the first chapter to round up the top roadmap. So that's why we done making the base. That's a different size. So that's good. Put the other on this. Here's the other one. This is the same. You can add this. This glucose here. So right now, all I'm doing is I'm turning these square lines into rectangles. And that's all. Just do it like that. And just reducing this because this I can mark up, and it's gonna give us a better way to control for the shape. Plus, I'm going to do that. It's a little slower to do it in two steps, but these are easier to do it afterwards.
Okay, Jen. I probably missed that by a mile and a half, so turn you guys temporarily to the way. See? Sufficient toast. Oh, awesome. I just saw you. Yay! I didn't miss it. Okay, Jen. I just finished turning the blanks for the best pieces, so very happy about it. So we have all the blanks ready to go. And we have a test one too. That's awesome.
Right. You're gone.
I'm tired. I think I can go home.
Yeah, this feels a lot. That's cool. It's a lot. Right.
To be honest, if we're going to do it tomorrow, it's going to take us half a day. Hopefully by the evening, it's going to be done. It's
Another day of this being taken up.
completely.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going home. See you tomorrow. Oh, God damn it. Hold on.
Everywhere. Wood chips everywhere.
Seriously, glitter.
Oh, annoying. Okay, I'll deal with that tomorrow.
Today, I'm done dealing with stuff.
Today is a free bird.
Going. Have a good night, guys. Ciao.
2.5 hours. Thank God.